Hi. I mean,
Everybody can learn from Mr. Otto. Persistence, powerful words, interest, patience. I have still one of your campaigns and waiting for the next election deadline.
does everybody have enough copies of the city ordinance?
You are making good money last now, right? You were 1 minute late.
I don't know. She didn't want. I don't know. Maybe home. Are you feeling better? Allergies? Really? I know. That's because the new city clerk is here. You can do enough damage. Oh my God. Gavel it down. Gavel it down.
Good evening. Welcome to the Lawrence City Council meeting. Today is Tuesday, October the 18th, 2022. Pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2022, this meeting will be hybrid, allowing participation both in person and in the City Council chamber and remotely. We are currently on Zoom, and we are also can be viewed through our Facebook Lawrence City Council page and our YouTube Lawrence City Council page. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilor Levy.
Present.
Councilor Dela Cruz. Councilor Payano.
Present.
Councilor Rodriguez.
Present.
Councilor Del Rosario. Councilor Selena Reyes. Councilor Infante. Vice President Estela Reyes.
Present.
Council President LaPlante.
Present. Will you please join me in a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance? We're really going to go right to public participation. As you know, the rules are the same every week. You have 2.5 minutes to say what your topic is. The 2-minute mark, you will be notified by a bell that you're rapidly approaching the end. And also, please give your name and address for the record and address the council chair and not any individual city councilors. The first person is Mr. Mali.
Humayun Mali, 53 Chester Street. Good evening, honorable members. In this important election year, we demand of you and Honorable Mayor Brian DePena contract for Lawrence Police now. Lawrence Police, with the impeccable leadership by Honorable Chief Roy Wask, has done excellent job to protect our citizens. Lawrence Police, this union of pride and honor, deserve the best contract. We, the citizens, are united in support of Lawrence Police Senior Officers Union. Contract now. Thank you for your hard work and sacrifice. We demand the best contract for Lawrence police officers now. Lawrence is a beautiful city because of the hard working of DPW workers. We support DPW leadership and their union. Lawrence Public School, with the impeccable leadership by Honorable Superintendent Cynthia Paris, one of the best superintendents in the history of Lawrence, moving forward. We are grateful to the Honorable Superintendent and LAE members for working hard, granting contract to our teachers and helping our Lawrence Public School paraprofessional employees. We must continue to support our best teachers and their union and Lawrence Public School paraprofessional and cafeteria workers. We are united in support of the teachers union in a Hayville on a strike. Lawrence, one city under God, the best example of the respect of union right, our police officer union, firefighters union, teachers, and the DPW union, the best example of the respect for union right. Remember your campaign promise, save Lawrence, prosper Lawrence, only possible if you support the best contract for Lawrence Police now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next individual is Audley Jones.
Evening, Mr. President, members of the council. I'm here to vent about the garbage situation. I spoke to Councilor Rodriguez yesterday, and I just had 2.5 weeks worth of garbage picked up yesterday. Last week I called the trash company twice. The promise, oh yeah, we're coming tomorrow to pick it up. It was there until yesterday. I don't know what contract we have with this company, but I don't believe it's being responsive to the city and to the members of the residents of Lawrence. But hopefully we're not paying them for that amount of time, that the amount of garbage that's being missed collection. But it's a public health issue, and I believe it should be addressed immediately. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next individual is Brenda Rossi.
Good evening, councilors. My name is Brenda Rossi, and I reside at 127 Chester Street. First, the good. I want to welcome Eileen Burnell as our new city clerk. Now the bad. It appears that the lack of communication from the third floor is totally disgusting. The only way most of us know when something has happened in the city is when we see the mirror and photographs on Facebook. One such example was the groundbreaking ceremony for the new police station. I remember under the Rivera administration, we were sent press releases, and as president of my neighborhood association, would get emails and phone calls letting me know what was happening at least 1 week in advance, if possible, so I could let my members know. The same was true about the Vasquez administration. We knew what was happening. There's a Yiddish word I taught my granddaughter when she was 2 years old, and that is babkas, which means nothing, which is exactly what we get from our current administration. I can't tell you how many people ask me what is or was happening in the city, and I tell them, I don't know. And then the next question is always, you're a neighborhood president, don't they tell you? And the strange look I get when I tell them, no, they don't. Thank you.
The next speaker is Dick Russell.
Good evening, councilors. Name's Dick Russell. I reside at 34 Cross Street. First, thanks for a ceremonial groundbreaking at the new police station last Tuesday, something that was long overdue. Now, on to more important issues, or issue. Regarding agenda item 33922, this appointment should have a public hearing. This applicant's resume was one of the greatest works of self-puffery I have ever seen. Ben Gay could use that resume in an ad for some of its products. Nowhere in the resume was there any mention of qualifications that are mentioned in MGL Chapter 143, Section 3, regarding various educational or practical work experiences. Is this resume going to pass the sniff test of various state boards? And more importantly, how much time will he be given to meet the educational and professional qualifications? Several quick questions from the Russell School of Construction Knowledge for the candidate, the applicant. What's the difference between an A-frame and a cantilever? Second question, does a 12-penny nail, or 16-penny nail have twice the holding power of an 8-penny nail? Third, how soon will the old adage, lefty-loosey, righty-tighty, be changed? Quite frankly, in the interest of public safety, it would behoove the city to re-advertise this position or even examine the other 4 applicants to see if they meet more of the MGL Chapter 143 rules and regulation than the chosen applicant has. As always, I thank you for the time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jeffrey Petrillo.
Hi, my name is Jeffrey Petrillo. I live at 341D South Broadway. First, I want to ask the question, does all the councilors have a copy of this city ordinance? Okay? All right. So the reason why I'm here tonight is based upon information that I received that Brian DePena, and this is per a September, I believe, 20th document to the City Council, that Mayor DePena is considering matters pending a public hearing, 103B/22, to request to change ordinances, and we are led to believe via a complaint that was made by a DPW supervisor on September 14, 2022, to which later Councilor Pavo Payano responded to. Do you remember that, Councilor? Okay, so this individual named Joel said that he wanted to go to a higher authority to request that the ordinance be removed, namely the 2 no parking anytime signs, which were put there for our public safety back in 2011. Now, let me just read to you what I feel the reasons are. First of all, I am here before the City Council to address you because we have the photos to prove that Mr. Memolo, our next-door neighbor at A&M Auto Body, was telling Councilor Piano what we perceive to be lies. As I know, he said in front of me, as well as Joel, the DPW supervisor, that I manufactured the signs and I placed the signs there, not the city. That's a lie. Okay. Other reasons that he said something to the effect of, this is per my wife, that he believes, and he's pointing with his hands in photos that were taken, that he believes that the sign should be placed even with the property line, which we said, what purpose would that serve for our public safety of cars parking right across our driveway, blocking the access and egress to our driveway, and also knowing that my wife is permanently disabled? Okay? So, is that a win-win situation for anybody? No, I don't think so. It doesn't serve any public interest. It doesn't serve any public safety interest. It doesn't serve anybody's interest. So, the second reason is because we have the actual exhibit copy of said ordinance, which you have all been passed out to, which makes the 2 no parking anytime signs 100% legal. The third reason is because if the patrol's understanding per a Tuesday, September 20th, City Council agenda labeled as 103B22, matters pending a public hearing to change city ordinances, are passed by Brian DePena, it would serve no purpose to him revoking the city ordinance that protects the patrol's public safety and quality of life at 341D South Broadway. The fourth and last reason would be is relating to a zoning board of appeals October 27, 2022 meeting, which the patrollers perceive would be the likely place Mayor DePena may request to have the aforementioned city ordinance removed and revoked. However, if it only concerns the 12 Methuen Street location, then the patrollers have no concerns about that because it does not relate to us.
Thank you, Mr. Petrillo. Thank you so much. The next and last speaker this evening is our colleague, Councilor Del Rosario.
2 minutes and a half.
Make a motion, 30 seconds.
30 seconds, 20, 10, 10, 10 seconds.
Thank you. Gregory Del Rosario, 46 Juniper Street, not the councilor, the constituents. And I'm going to follow up with this. It's going to be trash talking. Okay? So I'm going to send a message, first of all, to the mayor's office. They need to have people upstairs that are capable to actually realize what the problem is and contact the people that should take care of this. Second, DPW and DPW director. He is responsible to actually read the contract and talk to the city attorney to find out what kind of fines we can put to this trash company that we have. The city attorney, we don't have one according to what the city attorney says, but whoever's acting as a city attorney should be able to also determine when are we attacking this trash company, when, where, and how much. And to finalize my comment, city councilors, most of you, we have this talk last week. This contract that you actually approved for 5 years, to me, it's an issue that we only approach that contract or we discuss this because it's an issue. And I had that discussion with you guys last week, and you guys know. You guys approved this contract for 5 years. This company was sold to another company, but none of you that approved this contract for 5 years actually contact the new company and brought it in front of us to at least ask questions. What kind of service are you going to provide us? Can you be able or capable to run this contract that we approved for 5 years? And that's conversation I had it with you guys last week when I said that we only touch these issues when there's issues. And this is disrespectful for our constituents. My trash was in my house. I had to pick them up, bring it back, put them out. I had to walk all over the place to find trash everywhere in Tower Hill and also in my district. I went to even District E yesterday when they started. I was on the phone with the general manager of the company, which he actually stated to me when I asked the question, how about if the city violate the contract? You know what he answered to me? He said, we have lawyers, and you'll see them the next day on court. So it makes me ask the city, the mayor, and everybody a question, do we have lawyers? They violated our contract. They violated our people. They violated our city, and we haven't done anything. So it's time for us, the mayor, the city council, the city lawyer, and also the DPW director to do something and do it now. Thank you.
And that's it for public participation. Thank you so much,
Council
Mr. Del
President.
Rosario. I'm going to give this information over to the city clerk for the records, name and address. Yes.
Yes, I have 4 items that I wish to, 5 actually. Okay. Take one, which one are you gonna be taking?
Yeah, do that.
3, yeah.
Councilor, I'm looking for a motion to, Councilor, I'm looking for a motion for document 36122 to accept as a late file. Motion's been made, it's been seconded by Councilor Selena Reyes. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Since the ayes have it, it's unanimous, there's 9 votes. So now we've accepted that. Councilor Reyes, did you wish to take the floor?
So the first document that I wish to take out of order is document 34422.
So moved.
Motion to take out of orders 34422. A motion's been made and seconded by Councilor Levy. Discussion? Hearing Councilor Del Rosario?
Once again, I hope that we can go back to the ordinance. There's an item and table there for these people actually placing poles and only paying the city $100, while the city pays over $400 to get this installed and actually publicize the notice. Hopefully, we can revise the ordinance as an item spending. These people only gives the city $100 to place these poles, and the city pays almost $500 to get it on it.
This is dealing with document 34422?
Oh, it's 342, I'm sorry. My bad.
Okay.
So
Any
you
further comments on
reserve your
three-
comment, but you already made your comment.
340, any more comments on 34422? If not, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Counselor?
344 is a recommended salary update, mayor and the city council. It has been sent out with the favor recommendation to approve this study.
There's a motion to approve the study. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Levy. Discussion by Councilor Payano.
I need to understand, what does that mean, approve the study?
There was a salary range that was brought before the city council. It was a range. It was a study.
Yeah, it was,
It's a study. It's
study.
not approving any item. You need an ordinance to make a change. Just accepting the study.
to make a study.
That's all it's
So
accepting the
we're not
study. There's
approving
no
anything,
changes
we just-
on anything. So that's the motion. It's
so
been seconded.
So, Council President, the motion is to accept the study?
Yeah.
Okay.
And further discussion. Councilor Dela Cruz.
Thank you. With all due respect, I have requested the salary increase for the city councilor, and it was in the agenda. It was tabled for a couple of times. Now I see it as a new request. Do anybody have a answer for me?
So this is a study. It was submitted as a study. The study is now completed. I would expect that there would be a new item sent to the city council with an actual dollar amount. That's what I would expect next under new business. But this was only a study to give a range and some background information, which we now have seen.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on this matter? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Councilor Vice President.
Thank you. Next document is 34522. Take it out of order.
Motion to take document 34522 out of order. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Infante. Discussion. This is to take it out of order. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Council Vice President.
34522, amendment of non-union clarification plan, ordinance 2.160.040. It has been sent out with the favor recommendation to order a public hearing, and I make that as a formal motion.
Motion made. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Levy. Discussion. Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Council Vice President.
34622, to take it out of order.
There's a motion to take 34622 out of order. It's been seconded by Councilor Levy. Discussion. Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Vice President.
34622,
Ask that we waive the 30 days on that, just so that I could post a position.
Council Vice President.
what is it?
Just,
So in the one that we just made the motion,
please,
so about to do.
regarding the position for the payroll supervisor.
Okay, so that's the one that we can, okay.
Thank you so much.
Request the post at advertiser and fill position of payroll supervisor. It also has been sent out with the favor recommendation to order a public hearing. And I make that as, not public hearing? Okay, to waive the 30 days.
Thank you.
Motion to accept document and approve 34622 and waive the 30 days. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Levy. Discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You done? All right, we're going to go back up to the
Oh,
top. Oh, you got
I
one more?
have one
Oh,
more.
Council Vice President.
So the next document is document 23722, out of table and out of order.
Second.
27. 337.
Second.
237.
237?
237.
There's a motion to take document 23722 off of table matter, seconded by Councilor Selena Reyes. Discussion to take it off the table? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Council Vice President.
It's a resolution in recognition of Angela Montano Pina. It has been put in the agenda by Councilor Selena Reyes and myself. I just want to present it to, just go to the.
Excellent, even better.
Good evening, Councilor. Wow, what feels over this side that I can see all of you, and especially one who was just speaking a few minutes ago. It is a great pleasure for me to be here in partner of Councilor Selena Reyes, who also was made me part of this, because as the parents, we feel very proud and honored when we have our kids that they get free ride to go to high school. Councilor Rodriguez want to see the receipt. Yes. So as a Laurentian daughter, I think I'm just going to read a little bit about our recipient. The City Council in the year 2022, in recognition of Angela Montano Pina. Whereas Angela Montano Pina, born on March 28, 2008 in Dominican Republic, and has lived with her parents, Miguel Montano and Wanda Pina, and her two brothers in Lawrence, Mass, since their arrival in the United States, and whereas Angela and her family have taken advantage of the opportunity for growth, both personal and professional, that the City of Lawrence has provided, and whereas Angela attended the Leahy School and Esperanza Academy, where she excelled as a student, always proactive and tenacious in her study, and whereas Angela, who enjoy reading and watching Korean series, listen to Korean music. Listen to that one. I don't even know how she can do that, but that's also big applause. And spending time with her friends, and always respectful, kind, and supportive to all. And whereas Angela, because of her hard work and dedication in her study, earned a 100% scholarship to Pingrid High School. Now, therefore, be and resolve the members of the City Council hereby applause and recognize and honor the academic and professional achievements of Angela Montano Pina. Very proud to be presenting this resolution. Not every day we have this opportunity, especially for someone who arrived to United States and approach every single opportunity. Thank you very much, and we feel very proud of you. I'm sure that you want to say few words for the City Council.
Good evening, everyone. I just want to say I really appreciate this opportunity, and
Be a little bit loud.
oh yes, sorry. I'm really proud of myself and my family for where we have what we have established, yeah. And I'm really nervous, sorry. But I'm really thankful, and I really appreciate this, and I'm proud that my hard work has paid off. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we hope that you can continue the great work.
Thank you.
And we are so proud to recognize you, baby.
I have a question for Angela. Does she have any guests here this evening?
Yes, her mom is
Could
here.
identify who
Her
it is?
mom is here.
The whole team is here. Stand up. Aquí está la tía, la madre,
Wanda. This is the proud mom who is very well known in the community.
and he is the proud father.
Oh, he is the proud father. Okay. Vayan a decirle hi a los concejales. Congratulations.
Take a motion for
Motion for recess, for a 1-minute recess?
motion made by Councilor Piano, seconded by Councilor Infante. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We are in a 60-second recess. Okay, councilors, I am looking for a motion to come out of that 1-minute recess. Motion made by Councilor Rodriguez, seconded by Councilor Infante. All in, roll call vote.
Yes.
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 Yes, we are now out of recess. We'll wait for the Budget and Finance Committee Chair unless that's him, and it's not. If there's no objection, we'll go right to the Ordinance Committee if there's no objection. So at this point, Vice President, are you prepared to give the committee reports?
Okay.
Starting with document 325.
Transit vendor license for push car. It has, all the paperwork in order. It has been sent out with the favor recommendation, and I make that as a formal motion.
Motion's been made and seconded by Councilor Levy. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
3/21/22. Can I get a motion to table document 3/31/22?
Second.
Okay. So, okay, let me just give you the so this item has been sent with favor recommendation pending a communication with the O'Neill family. Since that didn't happen, I wish to table this document. I would like to table this document.
Motion been made by the Vice President, seconded by Councilor Rodriguez. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Document 33722.
3/37/22, disclosure by municipal employee Donna McCland Rivera. It has been sent out with a favor recommendation, and I make that as a formal motion.
Motion's been made. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Infante. Discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Document number 34022.
Disclosure by municipal employees Alisa M. Coco. It has been sent out with the favor recommendation, and I make that as a formal motion.
Motion's been made by the Vice President, seconded by Councilor Selena Reyes. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Document 34122.
National Grid, Cypress Ave, a petition for pole location. It has been sent up with the favor recommendation, and I make that, to order public hearing, and I make that as a formal motion.
Motion made by the Vice President, seconded by Councilor Levy. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Document 34422.
National Grid Access Street installation of underground facility, and has been sent up with the favor recommendation to order a public hearing, and I make that as a formal motion.
Second.
Motion's been made by the Vice President, seconded by Councilor Levy. Discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. And last document, number 34322.
Removal a throughway prohibition. It has been sent out with the favor recommendation pending that final draft to remove that piece of ordinance. I got informed that we have to work with the city attorney, but I didn't want to delay this since the urgency that you have in your district. So what I did was that I sent it up with pending documentation for the city attorney. We haven't received it yet. So I just gonna table it until we get it, huh? Yeah, oh, better now. So can we order? So can we order the public hearing pending? Yeah. We don't have the language.
So, Council President, I will say that there is language, it's just language that has
That
not
would
gone,
not gone- yep.
that the city attorney has not yet gone in and
And
approved it and put it into.
Review it, yep.
So they're looking to order a public
Yes.
hearing, and then once the language is released by the city attorney, it'll be sent to the city clerk.
Yep.
And that's the language that she's going to post.
Yep.
Motion's been made to order a public hearing with that caveat.
Second.
It's been seconded by Councilor Payano. Discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Let's go back up.
I
Let's
am.
go back with it. If there's no objection, we'll go back up to budget and finance. The first item in budget and finance is document number 35522. Mr. Chairman. My apologies, 35222.
Council President, the Budget and Finance Committee met last week, and we voted to send to the full council with a favorable recommendation, item 352-22, which is the additional funds for the new police station project, $3.6 million, and I present that in the form of a motion.
Second.
Motion made by the chairman, seconded by Councilor Selena Reyes. Discussion? Councilor Rodriguez.
To the chair of the Budget and Finance Committee, if you can expand the information as of where that money is coming from.
Sure. Thank you, Councilor Rodriguez. Through you, Council President. $1.2 million is coming from the General Stabilization Reserve Fund. $2.4 million is coming from the Columbia Gas Reserve Fund for a total of $3.6 million. The project is currently funded with the state providing $49 million and the city providing $10 million, but they're in need of an additional $3.6 million to complete the project.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Council President.
Any further discussion on this matter? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Ryanello, Capo, do you recommend a roll call on that? Will a voice vote suffice? Thank you. Next document on the Budget and Finance, document number 15322. Mr. Chairman.
Council President, the Budget and Finance Committee met last week and we voted to send to the council item 153-22 to withdraw. And I present that in the form of a motion.
Second.
Motion made by the chairman to withdraw the document, seconded by Councilor Rodriguez. Any discussion? Seeing none, discussion? Any discussion? Seeing no discussion on the question, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Now, could we switch our hats to Personnel Committee?
Sure. Council President, the Personnel Committee met last week and we voted to send we voted to send to the full council as a committee report, item 339-22, which is the appointment of Alfonso Garcia.
There's a motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Levy. I see that the mayor's office is here this evening, Director Spanner. Good evening, Director.
Good evening, Council President and council members. The mayor wishes to withdraw this item from the agenda.
Based on the recommendation of the mayor's office, is there a motion to withdraw this item?
I make that motion.
Motion
Second.
made by the chairman, seconded by the vice president. Any further discussion on the motion to withdraw? We did, but now we just a motion to withdraw what I think is a all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you. We is Mr. I'm sorry. Is a school committee, a school director, Carrero attending this evening's meeting? so I'll wait.
Council President, through you, I would like to take item 7120 out of the table matters.
Second.
There's a motion to take 7120 JRM karting discussion off the table matters. It's been properly seconded by Councilor Payano. Discussion to just take it off table matters. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Councilor, you have the floor.
Council President,
What's
it
your
is
motion?
important to recognize that we have another item that deal with similar situation in terms of the JRM and the trash company in Lawrence.
Do you have a motion?
We don't have it at this level. That's why, to make it easier, I pick item 17120, which is talk about the company and in a possible discussion related to the trash. So if this council would like to proceed with this item or pull out the other item, which is at the committee of the whole, which was sponsored by 4 councilors, I'm willing to do that too.
So with the committee of the whole, typically, they do at least have to meet before we start to discharge a committee. They have not met yet, so this would be in order. 7120, we'll be very lenient as to how we engage the conversation, knowing what you want to do. So we will need a motion to begin the discussion.
All right, Council President, with that said, it is in order to bring this item to light 7120. We all have faced the situation of the trash issues that we have in the city of Lawrence. JRM, the previous company that this council approved for a contract of 5 years was bought out by Republic's Services, which is providing the services for the trash collection, garbage collection to the city of Lawrence.
Could I interject, Councilor? It might be helpful. Perhaps you'll entertain a motion to send to give a motion, some sort of motion, maybe correspondence to the mayor with respect to the contracting discussion, and you could say maybe your disappointment, your concerns, whatever you want to say, and then it can get seconded, and then we can have a discussion. So
Sure. I would like to send correspondence to the mayor in terms of providing us with an update as of what are we doing in terms of the contract related to the trash collection company that we have service. And the carding as well.
There's a motion to send correspondence to the mayor regarding the contract and carding. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Levy. Discussion.
Sure. Through you, Council President, back in 2020, we started the discussion as of how we're gonna deal with the situation with JRM. At that moment, we were in the middle of getting this company up in line and be able to ensure that they were going to provide a proper service to the city of Lawrence. After they actually decided to go out of market, I guess, and sold out the company to Republic Services, we've been facing a lot of issues. To my concern and to my constituents' concern, that those issues are affecting Tower Hill tremendously more than any other section of the city. And the reason being is because we, living in that area, our trash get picked up on Friday. And if the trash is not being picked up on Friday, that means that on Saturday they're supposed to come back and do those type of services. Republic has not been doing that, and we have waited since Thursday afternoon when the people take the trash out. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then Monday for more than 3 occasions that have happened in Tower Hill, and people are tired of the situation. As a council, I think that we should take this item and run it up and treat it as an emergency, not only having this discussion today, but on a weekly basis on an emergency meeting until we actually have a solution for this problem. This is a health issue problem. This is just like any other health issue. We should get involved the mayor, the mayor's office, any personnel that is related to this issue, and the president or anybody that is under the direct supervision of the president that come down to Lawrence and discuss this issue with us. Firsthand, we actually get those emails asking us as of when the trash is going to be picked up. And we're getting to a point that for the last 8 weeks, my answers are no longer the same answers. I can't tell the people, yes, they're going to come tomorrow anymore, because they're not. And we, as people living in the city of Lawrence, we are facing those consequences to a point that we already know that this week perhaps they are going to be late, because there is other districts that they are already late, which means that most likely the trash in Tower Hill and surrounding areas that are being picked up on Friday are going to be delayed probably until Monday next week. What are we doing with this? Do we need to sit down with the attorneys and consider having an emergency measure to just disregard this contract? Or perhaps, should we hire another company and ensure that the service is being done to the point that if we need to take this item to another level and fight the fight that the people deserve, I think that we should do that. We, as councilor, what are we going to do? It's a question that is abroad. But if we don't have this discussion on a weekly basis, treating this as an emergency, making sure that we have the proper stakeholders on these chambers, we're going to continue having these issues. And this issue going to persist for weeks. It's been 8 weeks already. So councilors, I know that you guys are facing the same issues that to my right, Councilor Del Rosario and myself are facing in Tower Hill, that we're dealing with this situation for multiple days. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and maybe Monday. This week there were people that the trash get picked up today. And today's Tuesday. So it is aggravated, it's frustrated, and it's a health situation. It's an unhealthy situation that we've been dealing with, that all the repercussions might come up due to this issue. So I'm willing to have this conversation, this discussion at this level, and invite any other stakeholder to provide us with with updates, because we've been getting updates with results. With that said, Council President, thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. I think I will recognize councilors. I think to further be more informed about the discussion, I see that the mayor's senior advisor is here, and this may be helpful to us, because I think that there's more information that we should know about before we continue our discussion. Mr. Spanner, welcome. We look forward to getting an update, or let us know what is going on from your perspective from the mayor's office.
Good evening again. The mayor met 2 weeks ago. We met with the general manager of the Republic Waste Company to bring to his attention the concerns of not picking up the trash as per contract. The individual, Mr. Brian Sheehan, I believe that's his name, indicated that he needed an additional week to do a better job, to collect the trash. That didn't happen. This week, we called the company again to meet without response, and we met with the city attorney and staff to first to pick up the trash that was left, and second of all, to look at, to have the attorney look at the agreement to see what other actions the city can take. The contract is being reviewed by the city attorney, and we should expect a response by tomorrow. In this public forum, as you know, it's not the right venue for us to further discuss because there's legal issues involved, but we are looking at different possibilities, including fines, possibility in considering that since it's a breach of contract, what further decisions or action could be taken by the city.
Any other councilors who wish to speak on this matter or may have questions? I see Mr. Piano's hand first.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you, Mr. Spanner, for your presentation. I think it's important that it is clear, anybody that has seen what has been going on the last couple of months, that there has been violations of the contract, and the contract stipulates that there should be fines. I think that we have been more than kind to the company. While I am not advocating necessarily that we leave that company, having been part of the group that chose JRM, not Republic, JRM, before they sold out, we saw that some of these other companies that were bidding and potentially providing good service were almost double the cost of JRM. So that's one of the things that we definitely have to look at. Waste management provides a Cadillac service, but they are extremely, extremely expensive. So I'd be worried about moving on from one company to another, but I definitely think that we should be finding these companies, and I think that even if it's not in this process, that we should be talking to, that we should be informed as to what steps you guys are going to take, because I don't think that they will move from this until they are fined.
Yeah, Council President, Councilor Payano, thank you for the information. The mayor is dealing with this issue as an emergency for the community. It's kind of disrespectful when you hire a company to provide such an important service in the city, and for them to, explain to the mayor that they will cooperate is their obligation. The service is not provided for free. The mayor is conscientious about it, and we have, as a city, given them sufficient time to correct the matter. They provided one specific date that they will, remediate the problem, but yet the mayor gave them additional time to make sure that they would have sufficient time to remediate the situation, which they didn't. Now is the time that, it's becoming a public health issue, a safety issue for the residents, and unfortunately, it would not be wise to continue, we can't trust them anymore for them to comply. And now, the mayor has an obligation, because people are believing, and the community, duly so, that the administration is not taking action. And the administration is taking action, and one of those, we need to make sure that that we review the current contract and come with a resolution, and that information will be provided to you through the council president and also through a memo.
Councilor Selena Reyes? I saw Councilor Selena Reyes' hand next. I'm not sure what Councilor Infante's hand is doing, but I am hearing Councilor Cruz. Was it raised? I'm going to go Councilor Infante, then Councilor De La Cruz, and then we'll see where that goes. Go ahead, Councilor.
They even do such a thing? Did they provide such document for the city?
Not that I am aware of, but that information, we can provide you that once I discuss that with the DPW director.
Thank you. I mean, I don't, whether it's there or not, I honestly, at this point, everyone's so frustrated, but that just goes into the the commitment of this company that they said that they were going to provide the DPW director this, and they didn't. Sounds like they did not provide that, so.
Yeah, I will find out the information, but we have been in communication, and we did receive a call from another municipality that they're experiencing the same situation and wanted to know, and which was another proof that basically they are negligent in terms of picking up the trash. As a matter of fact, I believe the article came out in the Boston Globe today, and we don't see we don't have any hopes of further improvement. And at this point, it's and no responsible company that is getting millions of dollars for collecting trash in the city would not respond diligently with this situation. And we have requested even the general manager to provide a video apologizing to the community and committing to cleaning up the city, and till today they haven't provided that information.
Thank you.
Councilor De La Cruz, then Councilor Selena Reyes.
I have a question for Councilor Rodriguez.
Councilor Rodriguez?
Yes. Do we know the consequence if we break the contract at this moment?
At this point, Council De La Cruz, when I mentioned that we should bring another company, obviously it was thinking more like not necessarily reaching out the contract, but a company that is going to provide us with the service today that Republic Services is supposed to provide us. And what that means is that we're going to be in the same situation as how Republic Service was supposed to serve the community, picking up the trash as an emergency basis, and using the funds that is supposed to go to Republic Services to pay this company. Eventually, that's going to bring us to probably court, but there is measures that we need to take. Obviously, as a councilor, I won't be able to do anything like that. That's a day-to-day operation. But that's what I meant when I said that we should bring another company to the community at this point.
Have we spoken to the lawyer, to the attorney, the city attorney, to see what they're saying?
Next question to
yes, Mr.
Advisor.
Council President.
My question is, yes.
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm going to repeat it again. Yes, the answer is yes. We have met, as I mentioned earlier, we met with the attorney, and we're waiting for his counsel.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Selena Reyes.
My question is because we're facing this issue for the whole community. It's not only for Tower Hill. We have around the same issue. It's very frustrating because Republic provides services for the another city, and the another city don't have the same issue we have right now.
what we can do for do better, because it's not about the 2 weeks ago. We had a couple of months facing this issue for our community. And we need to find a solution as soon as possible, because it's not easy for our residents.
Yeah, again, the mayor is working diligently to, with legal counsel and staff to come up with a plan of action.
I think we need to do more.
Yes.
Because,
Well, we need to do more, but remember this, and then we agree, the mayor agree, and believe me, the mayor has been, is very upset with the situation. And we do have crew, our DPW crew and ISD, to gather information as much and taking pictures so we can gather the information and evidence as well.
thank you.
Thank you. Next is the Vice President and then Councilor Infante. And there was a name that was brought up before earlier. His name is Brian Skehan, and that individual, I think, is a corporate vice president or director for Public Services. Council Vice President and then Councilor Infante.
Thank you, Councilor President. It's just a comment that it has been working for me. I'm not saying to, bless you. I'm not saying to anyone just to try to stick with a company that is not giving the results, the solution that we all want to hear. But when that is starting happening on my district, what I did was this. So when I start getting complaints about my trash has not been picking them up, so what I did was I called the DPW director to try to give them a list of the street that has been left out. And obviously, I have to call almost every week until they get used to go back to those streets. Like I say, you know, it's a lot of question thrown in the air now that we need to find that answer. And believe me, I wish that we can come out with a better solution that our constituents doesn't have to pay the prices of being calling for the negligence of a company. But I think we, in collaboration with the mayor, we have to come out with a plan. How are we gonna proceed and move forward with an issue that is affecting not only the constitution, but also us as a city councilor, because no one called the office, the mayor's office. I'm the one who's been getting all the call from my district. So I think we have to come out with a plan, and even if we have to go to the court, whatever, I think we shouldn't be saying this, but whatever it takes to bring us where we want to go or be, I think this is what we have to do. But in the meantime, I just encourage all of you just to call the DPW director, report whatever issues or whatever problematic has been going on. Is that you guys been doing that?
Councilor, you have the floor.
Well, it works for me, but I don't know. But I'm just asking a question because, I mean, everyone is talking independently, and
Councilor?
Oh, really? Is that what it is?
DPW picks it up for you?
No. I said it very clear. What I said was that I called DPW director, but I never said that the DPW director went, that he sent the company to go back and pick them up.
Yeah, they don't do that.
They don't do that when you call? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I disclosure that I've been in, the special one, but believe me, that has been working for me. That had been working for me. I'm so sorry for you guys that you have to, I didn't want to put anyone in any spot.
I love
right?
to hear that because I receive a lot of phone calls for District B.
Rosario.
Thank you, Mr. President. I mean, the comments that my colleague says is great, but when the company is not working, it doesn't matter who you call. I was on the phone with Brian vice president of the company the whole weekend, and nothing had happened. The company is the one that is not working for us. Also, we have been neglected. As a city, we neglected our constituents due to the fact that we've been going through this for 8 weeks, and they haven't received a single penny as a ticket or anything. I mean, they've been violating the contract since they got it. And citywide, we haven't done anything. So we need to start doing something. And we're only talking about trash. If we combine all that, it's trash, yeah, but we have waste. I mean, there's people posting pictures that the waste is still out there for more than 8 weeks. Recycle, it's been out there for more than 8 weeks. It's people picking up the garbage and bringing it back to their homes due to the fact the inspection service is giving them tickets due to the fact that we're not ticketing the trash company because they're not doing the job. And our constituents are getting tickets because the trash is not being picked up. And I'm sorry, and I'm going to say it, I'm sorry, we're trying, we're being too soft. We're being too soft for billions and millions of dollars that we're paying to a company that what it has done to our city is disrespect our city, disrespect our constituents, and disrespect the mayor's office or the administration, due to the fact, again, that we are too soft. Recycling, waste, and garbage is still out there. Yesterday it was raining, and you can see how clogged the street was due to the fact that all the trash that went into the drain system, flooding. People lost their cars due to that. And we are still negotiating and finding, how can you tell me that nobody is up to date with what the violation of the contracts are? Why do we have to wait for an issue to be aware of what the contract violation is? How much are we going to charge them? Do you think it's acceptable to me that tomorrow somebody's going to go to a meeting to find out what we can do to this trash company that's been violating us? You know what that gentleman told me yesterday or the day before yesterday? I'm going to tell you, Mr. Spanner, what he told me. I said, Brian, so if it's the city that violate the contract, what would you do? He said, well, we have lawyers, and you will see my lawyers against your city the next day in court. And we've been waiting for months and months and months to do something. So it's unacceptable. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go through a second round of people who haven't had a chance to speak, and then I'm looking to wrap this thing up because we have other items on the agenda. So it's, again, Councilor Infante, Councilor Rodriguez, Councilor Payano. Councilor Infante, you have the floor.
Thank you. Through you, Council President. Advisor Spanner, I have to also share my frustration with the communication from the mayor's office. We were told that the mayor was going to put out a formal communication to the city, to our constituents today. I was just checking my city email to see perhaps maybe they were delayed. There is nothing, no press release, nothing on our emails. I just checked the city Facebook page. Nothing was announced. Like, this is an important matter that citizens and residents have been waiting to hear specifically from the mayor. I mean, they'd hear from us, we call DPW, we get information, et cetera, but they see the mayor as a top, whoever it is, they see the mayor as that top leader. And please go bring this back to the office. Like, communication from the office needs to be said to our city.
Yeah, Councilor Infante, thank you for that. I will surely bring that up to the mayor. I believe the mayor's approach is to get legal counsel first. And even this discussion, and I'm very cautious what I'm saying, and please know that in our discussions, and Councilor Rosario, we have not been soft. Okay, and I want the public to know. I want your constituents to know that that obviously there are legal implications for us to come here from the mayor's office and further discuss this matter. I think from my end, it would not be appropriate. I would rather wait and communicate this information to the mayor. I would definitely let him know your concern, and I do believe that at some point the mayor will bring this information, have a press release, and to discuss this. But we want to make sure that, we have all our ducks in a row.
Thank you. Even if it's just a generic statement from the mayor's office, something, because this already has been on the news as well, both in English and Spanish networks. So people are already hearing the disappointment and frustration that the mayor shares, and we all share it with him. And I think it's really important for him to just say something. And I know I know he believes that too, and I understand that he's trying to do things the right way, but it's very important at this point.
Okay, well do, thank you.
Councilor Rodriguez?
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a few questions for Mr. Spence, the advisor of the mayor. So, oh my goodness. Do we know the scope of work of this company? I mean, what are they doing? I mean, JRM, when they were here, do we get to understand as a city the full scope of work? Jesus, the full scope of work that we are actually doing when it comes to trash collection?
Yes, the scope, there's no issues in regards to the scope of service, but this trade has many tricks in terms of if a company wants to deviate or do, I would like to call it malicious, just to give you an example, sometimes you have trash companies that they will bring in more tons of trash and garbage in the city, okay? Usually it happens at night, or it can happen early in the morning. It has happened in the past in the city of Lawrence. So there's many ways that a trash company, even though they have a contract and scope of service, can violate that agreement.
I know that ultimately the scope of service will be to provide a good quality service to the community.
Right.
But the scope of work in terms of how they actually operate, I think that it will be very important to know as an administration, so in case that we need to either hire somebody or do some type of work to mitigate the issue in-house, so we should know that, like how many trucks is the minimum amount of trucks they need to be able to provide a date of service, how many personnel they might need in terms of provide us with a date of service. And based on that, it's how we might solve the possible emergency situation we face by knowing those type of things. Because in case that you need to hire another company, you will know that's basically the scope of work that we are proceeding, and therefore this is the amount of service that we're expecting from another company or an in-house situation. Because as far as I understand, I have seen a couple of times a trash truck that we own in the city of Lawrence, but I haven't seen that truck going around and picking up trash when it comes to an emergency. Perhaps when it go over 2 days, that it's already reaching out the contract. So do we know that type of information?
Yes, we must
have
that information. We must have that information, and we will make sure that we can, through the city clerk, we can provide you a copy of the contract.
And the reason why I'm asking that is because at some point back then, probably 20 years ago, we were collecting the trash in the city of Lawrence, and we should be ready in case something like that happen. How we might be able to do it in-house, or how we might be able to hire an emergency company that provide us with emergency pickup trash for a day or 2 or 3 until we'll get in shape in terms of the trash collection.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, I did mention that DPW is currently collecting the trash, and have been doing that and making sure that, in those places are locations where they haven't picked up the trash.
Have they do that?
Yeah, they've been currently doing that.
The DPW?
Yeah. Right, yes.
Through you, what I know and the information that I got, and I also saw this morning, they were picking up the waste that was left outside. They were the one that did it.
Okay, that's good to know. And then I have another question in terms of, and this is going to be in a specific amount. How much money have we ticket this company for the last 8 weeks?
I don't have the information for you tonight, but I can provide that for you.
So I would like to see that a specific amount of money, the number, not a range, but a specific amount. If it's 0, that's fine. What we need to do is make sure that we identify the violations and provide those tickets to that company so we can move forward. But I mean, I want to know, like, if we're ready to ticket them, because I'm pretty sure that if we violate the contract, they're gonna go to those sections of the contract that affect us.
Right.
So I wanna know that number. And I also would like to know, I'll send you another email.
Okay, thank you.
It's a delicate information.
Councilor Levy has not spoken yet. Councilor Levy has the floor, then Councilor Payano.
Mr. Rosario, please.
Sorry. Sorry, Councilor. I'm juggling so many stuff, you know. I wanted to make sure that Mr. Ralph Correa was here. So
what I would like to hear is whatever ticket that we put, it can be like a retroactive to the time that they started missing the big house. So we need to give them, you know, a lesson regarding that we have a contract, and like Councilor Rodriguez said, if we get again the contract, they're gonna ticket us or they're gonna do something against us. So anything has to be retroactive to the day that they started missing to the pickups.
Yeah.
And any charge or anything that's right now, because this DPW, like you say, is doing, I saw one of the trucks this morning from DPW, and the time that we are spending and the work that we're doing, you know, they has to be charged on this.
correct. We did receive counsel, the mayor received counsel from the city attorney and the procedure and how to do it, and staff has been working on it, on making sure that we do it correctly.
Thank you.
Councilor Payano, and then I hope that we can just maybe table after this last discussion so we can move. Huh? Are you all done, Councilor Payano?
I am not all done.
Okay, so Councilor Payano has the floor, and then we're looking for a table afterwards. We can move on.
Vice President informing me that I've already spoke. So important that I think I should speak again. No, through you, Council President. So my question is actually to the city attorney. I see him in the back of the room.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening, sir. It's great seeing you. I see purple is the color of the day because you're both wearing purple. So my first question was going to be to see if you had already been able to review the contract. It sounds from Director Spanner that you have seen the contract. I guess my next question is more around sort of like process. So these things that are occurring, that we see that are occurring as far as people not being, waiting 3 days to get their trash picked up, or waiting, over 2 weeks to get their, what do you call it, the lawn bags, the leaf pickups, or perhaps, they wait a few weeks, it rains, it's too heavy now for it to be picked up. Those type of things, are those the types of things that we could penalize this company with?
The list of what we can penalize them for is almost 2 pages long. It contains so many things. I'll get you a copy of it if I'm sorry I didn't bring it with you, but I'm just going to speak in general terms because that's the only way I can speak. I don't think that there has been a day in the past 2.5 weeks when I did not meet with someone regarding trash. So it is a daily conversation. Now, I can't tell you right now what those conversations are because we would have to go in executive session because maybe they might result in litigation, maybe they won't. But I can't disclose you my cards because if I give you my cards, they have my cards. So I can't tell you what we are doing, but we have reviewed the contract, we've reviewed the what the penalties are. We've met with the company a couple of times. Every time that there's new complaints, we are currently compiling all of the complaints from everybody. We've also sent out people to confirm them, because obviously people aren't taking pictures, but we're going out and taking pictures. If it's a Tuesday and it's Mount Vernon, we take a picture if they were supposed to be picked up on Monday. So we are assembling all that information. We've been working diligently on it. So this is not something, but I can't really get into the day-to-day details. I could just tell you overall.
And my question, of what that range is. A penalty $100, or is it, you know?
Each infraction, depending on the infraction, is $100 or less. But the infraction could be as simple as you have 3 bags of trash, they take 2, they leave 1, that's a penalty for infraction. You have 3 bags of trash, they take none, there's a different infraction. Day to day, what's the infraction? They take your trash, they don't take your recyclables, there's a different infraction. They don't take your yard waste, there's a different infraction. So the list, and I will get to there's a 2-page list. So each one has their own penalty. You could have one situation in which they could get 3 penalties on the same day.
And that's per household?
Per household, per use.
Okay. Thank you for that. No, I think that piece is important, because there's been a lot of questions as to, you know, the contract itself, and does the contract allow this company to do what they're doing? And from my understanding, it doesn't. So I'm glad that the administration's looking into it, and I would hope that, I'm a big believer that companies don't do things out of, you know, the goodness of their heart. Some companies do, not all companies, some companies do. But I think that if it doesn't affect their bottom line, they might not proceed the way we want them to proceed.
Right, and just if I could just say, they're not walking around thinking they're doing a great job. They, in our meetings, believe me, they understand they are not living up to the contract. I'm not going to go so far as to say they are admitting they're in violation. I'm just going to say that they know the trash isn't being picked up, they know the yard waste isn't picked up, they know on various dates, they have various excuses, they have various reasons, but none of that affects us. That's their corporate problem, not the city of Lawrence.
And that's understandable, and I think that we are, you know, Lawrence itself, I think we are very nice individuals, and we hope that others treat us with the same level of respect. I'm a big believer that if, you know, somebody does something incorrect, you warn them. If they keep doing it, you fine them. I think that we've been working with them, hoping that they would be able to get their act together. And I am sure, because, you know, we've been hearing, all of us have been hearing sort of some of these positive conversations that have been happening with Republic. And it could be that the individuals that are coming in have that, you know, that they're going to be working positively towards that, and for whatever reason, things aren't happening with the other decision makers. But I definitely, I'm looking forward to seeing the administration taking a strong stance and finding these individuals. So if you're able to give us this list, I think we would appreciate that.
I will have it to you first thing in the morning.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. We do have more things to get done. We have a presentation. We need to go to executive session after that on a different matter. So at this point, perhaps there's a motion to table this matter and put it back on the table. Motion to table has been made by Councilor Payano, seconded by Vice President Reyes. Discussion? No discussion on table matters. My apologies. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now I'm looking to take up a document. I need a motion to take up document number 322, Neighborhood Safety
So
Initiative.
moved.
Motion made by Councilor Payano, seconded by Councilor Del Rosario. Discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. At this point, we'll ask the administration or Mr. Carrero to come forward to discuss the item, the safety initiative.
Good evening, Council President and members of the City Council. I haven't had the opportunity to come before you in a while, so I just want to start by saying I admire the work that you're doing in preparing for this evening's presentation. Unfortunately, I took the liberty of looking at your agenda, and I have to tell you, you guys have a lot of work constantly on your plate, so I commend you for the work that you do. We're before you to talk about a tabled matter, so I don't know what the format is, Council President.
Well, right now, we've taken it off the table. We are now free to have a discussion and a presentation.
Okay, thank you. We do have a memory stick. I know that we have a lot of constituents that watch on TV, and the presentation is both in English or Spanish. If you wanted to put it on for the audience to see it simultaneously in Spanish while we present it in English, that's fine. I know that all of you are very technically advanced. I am not. I was born before computers, so I thought Gregory was coming to get it. Oh, okay. I was born what? Paul said I was born before cars. He'll be working overtime this weekend. Okay? Nonetheless, there was a matter that was tabled before you approximately 6 weeks ago, and I know that we were scheduled to present, but we didn't realize the amount of work that it entailed in trying to get the amount of collaboration, conversations with folks around the community that the mayor's office asked us to. So I apologize that it's been a tabled matter, and I added to your already tabled matters. So I hope that this one matter can be taken off and we can move on it. The mayor of the city has identified our organization with his office in developing what are the strategies to address his safety initiatives in targeted neighborhoods that will affect quality of life issues that have plagued the neighborhoods for quite some times. And I know that that is something that's always been dear and near to all of us that have been here in this city. We talk about quality of issues and, you know, the details that happen within our neighborhoods. Over the course of the last 10 months, we have engaged in conversation and research, in planning and preparing these strategies to guide the work over the course of the mayor's first term in office. Obviously, these strategies are only the beginning, and we hope to engage the community in continuous conversation, collaboration, and engagement toward achieving these goals. Mr. Hayhouse to my right, Lawrence Prospera, Development Director, will take you through the presentation highlighting the strategies of the safety initiative. If possible, please write down your questions, and you may direct them to the team of us that are here tonight present. There's a big team, but you have Mr. Spandis from the mayor's office that has worked side by side with us. You have Mr. Wilda Pimentel in the back, and I don't know if the chief is here. I saw him when I was coming in. Nonetheless, as I mentioned, that I emphasize, this is only the beginning. I think it's a work in progress. It's a pilot program, but I think that through the course of the next year, we have a real opportunity to grow and try to make a really strong effort in trying to attack the issues that have been near and dear to our hearts in terms of you as elected officials in your neighborhoods and what we know that has happened in the city of Lawrence. So I ask that for your indulgence and allow Mr. Hayhouse to make that presentation. I believe, Council President, I was scheduled to be before you at the last meeting, and I thank you for tabling the matter. I didn't realize that we were to submit those reports to you, so they have been submitted to you, and I hope that all of the councilors had the opportunity to look at them, make their notes, and okay, we go forward with them. Okay, thank you. I introduce you, Paul Hayhouse. Thank you.
Carrero, welcome.
Mr. President, members of the council, thank you for having us. I believe you all received paper copies of the PowerPoint presentation. I have it on my iPad. I'm going to pull it up here as soon as I can get this unlocked. There we go.
So, why don't we do this? Let's some of us have our documents in the other room. Let's have about a 30-second recess. Is there a motion to recess for 30 seconds? Grab our stuff and come back if we have them. Motion made by Councilor Rodriguez, seconded by the Vice President. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We are in a short recess. Oh, we have one of these, so go right ahead, sir.
All right. Well, Mr. President, members of the council, thank you for having us this evening to talk about this initiative. Back in, I want to say December, shortly after the election, the mayor's office approached Mr. Carrero in regards to Lawrence Prospera putting together a neighborhood safety initiative for the city. As Mr. Carrero mentioned, we've been working with numerous stakeholders in the mayor's office for the past 8 months in designing an initiative that we hope touches on many of the quality of life issues in the city. The initial goal was to create the initiative as a pilot targeting 3 neighborhoods. Those 3 neighborhoods were chosen based on crime rates and data from the police department as to kind of the areas with the most red zones or hotspots in the city. So just to take a step back, the mayor's office approached Lawrence Prospera because we have a history of addressing areas of need in the city. We were founded in 1992 out of the mayor's youth commission with the goal of addressing the needs of the immigrant community in the city. Over the past 25 years, our program has evolved as the needs of the community have evolved. And much of that has been through community organizing and talking to residents to really develop a better understanding of what the needs are of the residents of the city. As Mr. Carrero and I talk about often, it would be easy to kind of rest on our laurels and continue doing what we're doing, but as the city evolves and the needs evolve, it doesn't make sense for us to just continue to do the same thing that we've always done. So as an organization, we work to evolve with the needs of the city. And we hope that this initiative allows us to keep that track record going and evolving with the needs of the city of Lawrence. The Mayor's Safety Initiative creates a public-private partnership to address quality of life issues in Lawrence neighborhoods. The goal is to take a gradual, community-informed approach to target some of the high-risk neighborhoods in the city, specifically the Arlington neighborhood, Lower Tower Hill, and the Springfield Street neighborhood in South Lawrence. The mayor's office chose to contract with Lawrence Prospera as the lead agency for this initiative, although the goal is for us to partner with other agencies, organizations, religious groups around the city in ensuring that the goals of the initiative are met. So what we've done is we've created I believe we've got 11 strategies, an 11 strategy initiative to take a gradual approach for this pilot project. The first strategy of this initiative is to partner with an organization called Health Resources in Action to conduct a citywide risk assessment focusing on crime, gang activity, and recruitment, as well as the social, educational, and economic factors that contribute to gang activity. The idea and planning for this citywide risk assessment has been part of discussions and work done by the Juvenile Detention Alternatives Initiative that meets in the city of Lawrence in the Merrimack Valley, which is spearheaded by DYS, as well as the juvenile court. And the goal is really to look at as I mentioned, what some of the issues are that are affecting gang violence in the city, as well as what programming and services are available where there is a deficit and where there might be more services in one area that are needed, but a lack of other services. So there may be 4 or 5 programs doing one thing, but not necessarily doing another thing in an area. And why is that, and how can we address those deficits? This assessment would be about a 6-month process. It would employ local young people in Lawrence to help with the data collection and information gathering. And as I said, it will be conducted by an organization called Health Resources in Action. They are a Boston-based and nationally known and respected research and evaluation firm that specializes in community risk assessments. They were identified through some work that myself and the lead for the JDAI initiative did in interviewing other municipalities who have conducted citywide risk assessments, as well as talking to several different research firms. And we really felt that JDAI understood what we were looking to do, They have conducted a number of research projects for the Massachusetts Safe and Successful Youth Initiative, so they have done some work in data collection in Lawrence as part of that work for the SSYI initiative. And they have a partnership with a national foundation which will help cover the cost. They'll match the cost of the assessment in order for Health Resources in Action to conduct a thorough assessment. So that would be strategy one. Strategy two would be moving away from more of the gang issues and addressing a lot of the quality of life issues. And that would be contracting with a company called C-Click-Fix or something similar. C-Click-Fix is a mobile phone app and system application to foster easier communication with city residents and allow residents to easily report quality of life issues to the city. The program would be housed and managed by the City of Lawrence Department of Public Works, and it is able to communicate across all citywide departments. Currently, there are 37 cities and towns in Massachusetts currently using C-Click-Fix, including Methuen, Holyoke, New Bedford, Worcester, Salem, and Cambridge. And if I could actually just put in a plug on that, I live in the town of Reading, which is another town having issues with Republic trash, as you were just talking about. And the C-Click-Fix Act has actually helped the city track where the greatest issues are, and they've been able to provide mapping using C-Click-Fix to Republic, showing all the different areas where people have complained about their trash. So that is one of the sort of things that it's able to do. It's an app where an individual takes a picture on their phone of the issue that they'd like to see addressed, and then they submit it to the city. In the back coding of the app, and I in no way understand the language of mobile apps or the technology behind it, but in my understanding, once it has been submitted, the app is able to identify what sort of issue it is and is able to direct that complaint directly to the department within the city that would handle it. The app allows residents to track progress, so as the city department handles it, the person who submitted the complaint will get an email or a text saying that the issue has been addressed. If they sent a picture can be sent back showing them that the issue has been addressed. So it would be a application that would allow residents of the city to more easily communicate with the different agencies, with the different departments within the city as to the quality of life issues, and allow the city to get a better grasp on everything that's happening and make for easier facilitation of those problems. Mr. Carrero and I have met with the Director of Public Works around this, and we did a couple of calls with the company. Yes, Councilor. What page is that? That would be page 4, maybe 5? It's strategy 2. Sorry, mine's on my iPad, so I don't have the page numbers. The goal would be that C-Click-Fix could be built and ready to launch within 3 months of contracting with the company. So then the third strategy I'll just briefly touch on, that would be for the mayor to hold a press conference to announce the launch of both the initiative and the C-Click-Fix program, and ask for the public's participation with both the citywide risk assessment as well as the launch and rollout of the app. Moving on to strategy 4, Lawrence Prospero would work with the city to identify and hire 3 neighborhood liaisons, one for each of the target pilot neighborhoods. These liaisons will provide outreach and coordination within those 3 neighborhoods. They would be based out of Lawrence Prospero's Quintana Family Center, which is at 404 Haverhill Street. And their goal would be to identify and address quality of life issues within the city, as well as to work with community partners to implement targeted interventions towards those identified issues. The neighborhood liaisons will maintain relationships with the Lawrence Police Department Community Policing Division and the gang unit. They'll also work with local neighborhood associations to coordinate and promote meetings. In neighborhoods where the neighborhood association is no longer active, they would work with residents to reactivate and rebuild up those neighborhood associations. The neighborhood liaisons would also implement what we call the decentralized local government zones. The goal would be to work with local service providers and businesses to establish neighborhood city service centers where residents can access and interact with Lawrence government services online. So instead of everyone having to come to City Hall to conduct their business, this would create centers where they could go within their neighborhood, pay their bills, file a complaint, interact with the city through the city's website online. There would be, the neighborhood liaison would be available to help them use the internet, interact with the city's website, and develop a comfort level with interacting with the city without having to come downtown to City Hall. Strategy 5 would be to conduct 3 neighborhood needs assessments in the 3 targeted neighborhoods. This would be different than the citywide risk assessment in that this would look at specific social needs within each of the targeted neighborhoods. Lawrence Prospera has conducted several of these over the past several years to help guide our programming. Some of the areas it would look to address, it would look to find out about the needs for would be ESL programming, affordable child care, home ownership and affordable housing, computer skills, resume writing, health education. And then Lawrence Prospera and the mayor's office will partner to conduct workshops to address some of the needs identified by local residents as part of the neighborhood needs assessment. The goal would be that 25% of the residents in the target districts would participate in the assessment process and begin meeting quarterly. This is a pretty easy process to do. We did it online with the last time that we did it through Lawrence Prospera. We created a simple survey and got the word out into neighborhoods asking people to complete it. The time that we did it, I believe we had about 800 people respond. We put together a report and were able to help direct our services more towards the needs of the community as opposed to, as I mentioned at the beginning, just kind of what we had always done. Strategy 6 would be to work closely with local businesses and encourage their engagement and support for this neighborhood safety initiative. The mayor's office would hold a forum with local business owners seeking financial commitments to support programming in their neighborhoods. The neighborhood liaisons would provide outreach and relationship development with businesses in their targeted neighborhoods. The goal would be for those neighborhood liaisons to make contact with 100% of the businesses in the targeted zones, for the neighborhood liaisons to meet with 60% of the businesses, and for 30% of the businesses would meet with a representative from the community development department of the city to find out how they could better work with the city. Strategy 7 would be a neighborhood cleanup initiative. The goal of this initiative would be to identify parks and public spaces in the targeted neighborhoods for cleanup and maintenance. The CSU landscaping team would conduct weekly landscaping and cleaning patrols in the targeted neighborhoods. The CSU landscaping team will be comprised of CSU youth who are often gang members and perpetrators of antisocial behaviors in the targeted neighborhoods. The neighborhood liaisons will work with the Greater Lawrence Family Health Center to ensure timely and complete safe needle disposal in these targeted areas and throughout the city. This is something that the CSU team has done off and on over the past couple of years during the summers, is identifying parks throughout the city and doing the landscaping and the cleanup. I believe it's been beneficial for the city. It's also been beneficial for the young people who are involved in this initiative, and that we found that they then take some ownership of those parks. Some of the feedback that we've gotten from the young people is, now that they've been involved in cleaning it, they're going to help ensure that those parks stay clean, that they had never really thought about it before, but they felt more comfortable taking their own kids to those parks to play. So it's been beneficial for both the city as well as the young people within the city. The goal would be that public spaces will be maintained on a weekly basis. The health center will facilitate the collection of needles in all public spaces and in targeted neighborhoods. Strategy 8 would be hosting 3 pop-up parties. Lawrence Prospera, the Lawrence Police Department, the Lawrence Fire Department, Community Development, and the Mayor's Office will host a pop-up party in each of the targeted neighborhoods. The parties will consist of a barbecue, basketball tournament, raffle for the local kids, family games. We would hope to get the LPD ice cream truck out there and music provided by a local DJ. The parties would be held in a park that is cleaned and maintained by the Sisu landscaping team. This is once again something that Lawrence Prospera did in partnership with the Mayor's Office, I want to say 4 years ago, 4 and 5 years ago. The parties were well attended, and I think a goal here would be, as people once again reemerge after COVID, to once again get people out into the parks, interacting, having fun, communicating with each other. Strategy 9 would be a partnership with the faith-based initiative. This would be a public-private partnership to establish temporary housing based on a specific criteria for the homeless community in the city. The faith-based community would provide case management resources towards long-term housing solutions for the homeless population. The goal would be to identify several faith-based organizations to support the work of outreach worker and recovery coaches with the addicted and affected. The goal would be to create and enforce accountability measures for organizations receiving public funds to address addiction issues in Lawrence, including needle exchange, methadone clinics, and needle cleanups. Additionally, the faith-based initiative will coordinate and deliver weekly food boxes to elderly and low-income families in the targeted neighborhoods. We've been working with members of Amadal on this, so they have been kind of spearheading what the faith-based initiative would do. And then strategy 10 would be a community forum. So towards the end of the pilot year, the Mayor's Office will convene a forum of service providers and community partners. HRIA will present the results of their citywide risk assessment as well as a proposal for moving forward. The Mayor's Office will then use the forum to seek commitments from service providers and community partners to help implement aspects of the proposal moving forward. The goal would be that 50% of providers within the city, that 50% of providers attending will pledge support for the initiative. And then the final strategy would be after the first pilot year, looking at the initiative, possibly doing additional research and evaluation of the initiative and making recommendations for scaling this initiative beyond the 3 initial targeted neighborhoods. I'll turn it back over to Ralph at this point. Or questions?
Questions, I see Councilor Infante's hand, then I see Councilor Rodriguez, and then I see Councilor Payano.
Thank you. Hello.
Hi.
Walk me through, I noticed in the copy of the PowerPoint presentation, there was a detail left out that was included in the white paper. Let me just actually double check before I say anything. Triple check. Let's see, 1 second. Okay, yep. So there was one detail left off under strategy 6 that's included in the white paper, and I would like to know more if you can walk me through. And it says, the City of Lawrence Mayor's Office will partner with the local cannabis commissioner to contract a local public relations firm to create a campaign marketing the neighborhood safety initiative.
So I'm going to ask Mr. Spanner actually to address that question.
Can you repeat that, Councilor?
The white paper states, the City of Lawrence Mayor's Office will partner with the local cannabis commissioner to contract a local public relations firm to create a marketing campaign to market the neighborhood safety initiative.
Who sent that? I mean, this
It
is...
was included in the folder that we got with the PowerPoint presentation.
So this was part of our initial discussions. I didn't realize that Ralph was sending you that white paper. That had been something we'd been talking with Mr. Spanner about. We had some pushback, so we did take it out of the presentation.
I honestly, whatever you guys believe would work to execute this. I wanted to know more and what was the thought process behind that, since it wasn't included in the PowerPoint.
What I would like to say, in addition to what Paul just presented, is the purpose of this neighborhood safety initiative is to bring about transformational development in the city, in building resiliency. And I would like to remind you that the mayor's slogan during the campaign, his campaign, was, "Now is the people's turn." We can talk about development in the city, talking about structural development, but if we don't look at the needs and involvement of our communities, individuals, and also take advantage of our community asset, we can better forget it as a community. We have, on January 4th, the first meeting that the mayor had in the beginning of the year was with 3 judges, which expressed the concern of the city having a plan to work with our youth because of gang-related activities. Also, what are we doing in terms of trying to bring about hope and educational programs? The best way to do this is to make sure that we work within the community. That's the reason why in this entire concept we decided to work collectively to decide on three districts to work to start this, to launch this initiative as a pilot project, and to see how this will unfold. In the meantime, Prospera organization would have the opportunity to gather the necessary information and capitalize on that information to see, what are the needs and deficiencies. We are asking for your support. In terms of the budget that was presented in this document, we are going to have further discussions with the mayor. And it's an approximate number. We think that it's necessary, and these funds would be, ARPA funding would be used for this initiative, for the mayor's neighborhood safety initiative. Finally, it's a way of getting the involvement of also the business community. In some communities, especially those that really prosper, businesses are very connected with their community, and they don't only support morally but also financially. So what we would like to do is to get buy-in from these businesses. They should take charge. They should support the different needs within their community, and youth, the elderly, is a key component of this program.
I think I still have the floor. Thank you. I don't know if that 100% answers my question, but now that there isn't a plan A, what is the plan B? Who have we identified a public relations firm who would be in charge of the marketing campaign? I mean, if it's I've seen the city really take charge in that in the past, and is it because we're including an external organization to partner? What is the plan to really get this out?
So, are you addressing the question of the Cannabis Commission or just in general?
Just
in
just a marketing plan in general to get this out to the public.
So I think that has not been at the forefront of our discussions at this point. The goal at this point was just to put together the initiative and to get buy-in. Once we got buy-in and a budget, the goal was then to discuss what a rollout would look like, how we would present this to the city. I wish I could say that I was a marketing expert. I unfortunately am not. So that is sort of beyond the scope of what I do. But I believe that the goal would be to initially explore how it could be done in-house, and if need be, just meet with other contractors or other marketing agencies to discuss a rollout plan.
Thank you.
Councilor Rodriguez.
Well, thank you, Council President. Well, thank you, Prospera, thank you, Raf, and thank you for being here tonight. I mean, it is a great presentation, a lot of great information. And the best part is that you guys truly looking into solve particular issues. It sounds to me that this is a pilot program that is decentralizing a lot of the things that the city do, but probably doesn't gather enough data to be able to better manage it in the future. Is that correct?
Councilor, when you refer to better data, what are you referring to?
No, I mean, essentially you guys are going to do a pilot program to collect information and be able to present the city procedures and ways of doing or not doing, perhaps finding better solution of issues.
Correct. So the mere fact that it's a pilot program, we're being cautious and conservative in terms of the expenditure of funds. And how those 3 neighborhoods or districts were selected was based on the data collected from the police crime reports and a lot of the information of where there's been a lot of heavy incidences of quality of life issues. Okay, that's number one. The collection of data continues, and I want to emphasize on the See-Click Fix program. Currently, if you go through your budget process and you ask for city departments to come before you and justify through evidence why they're asking for this much money in this area, and you ask them for the data, very rarely do you see it. So the See-Click Fix programs that has been in place in those 37 communities across the state of Massachusetts allows for city councils, town councils to be able to ask those important questions as to justifying how do you develop a budget. So if you're going to move certain priorities from a budget from one area or one district to another, you need to be able to justify why you're going to put that emphasis in that area. So through the pilot program that we're going to be doing over the course of the next 6 to 8 months, we hope to be able to partner with the city to be able to gather that data, so when the municipality or the administration comes before you and prepares its next budget, you'll have informed decisions as to making sure how do you prioritize those budgets and what they're presenting to you. So data is constantly collected, but data right now is collected in the city, and that's why those 3 neighborhoods were targeted. It's based on the crime data and the quality of life issues that happen, stolen cars, noise ordinance, all of those repetitive things that happen in the neighborhoods, and that's how those 3 neighborhoods got selected. We hope that at the end of this, and if we come before you in the following year, that'll be expanded to the other district councils, the districts of the other councilors across the city, so that we would be able to move it across the 6 districts. I hope that answers your question.
Sure. Walk me through how we're going to be dealing. I mean, I understand that you guys have going to have 3 neighborhood liaisons that are going to be dealing with these 3 communities or these 3 neighborhoods around. And you mentioned that the collection of data are going to be, or the issues are going to be collected at the Quintana Center, and from there they're going to be managing those cases and be able to find a possible solution through the city and the partnership. So walk me through, give me a little bit more details as of if somebody walking there and they have an issue and then they might find a solution.
I understand that. The neighborhood organizers are housed at the Quintana Center. However, the neighborhood organizers work through the coalition that includes the Mayor's Health Task Force, Community Development. You have Mr. Wilder Pimentel here that will sit on that coalition. So the data that is being gathered is not housed at our organization, is housed in the city through community development.
Okay, good to know. So walk me through how the councilors for those 3 neighborhoods, or perhaps any councilor that have a particular situation, councilor at large or whatever, how they're going to be involved and how they're going to be partaking on the entire plan, because I mean, it wasn't clear to me, like, how we're going to be involved in that.
I think that's a good question. So one of the things that Mr. Hayhouse mentioned is the private-public partnership, that coalition. Part of that coalition obviously includes the 3 councilors of the districts that have been identified to sit on that coalition. That coalition meets regularly to go over information that is being collected, services that are being delivered, strategies for the delivery of services. Mr. Hayhouse mentioned that one of the things that I think that's important that we haven't been successful because it has deteriorated in the past is we have identified through the city website 11 neighborhood associations, but how many neighborhood associations are actually active other than District A or District E? So on the city website, you see that there might be, I'm sorry, Council President, yes, especially because you would get in trouble, because I saw who the president of District F is, correct. So one of the other things is that we want to make sure that we can bring back those neighborhood associations in all of the areas. We say that it might be simple, but putting together a neighborhood association of understanding Robert's rules, of taking minutes, of how to address issues and engage in community development, the police department, economic development, or even city councilors to go to present at those neighborhood associations. I think that that's one of the things that's been deteriorated for whatever reason in the city of Lawrence. So although you might have 4 of them that meet sporadically and some of them only meet 4 times a year, I think it's important that if you're going to create a cohesive neighborhood or district, people need to be able to have a forum to be able to get together outside of this forum to be able to have conversations about what are the issues that are affecting their areas and their neighborhoods. The neighborhood organizers will be instrumental in helping those neighborhood associations get back up and running, learn how to run an agenda, learn how to seek out whatever services or whatever representation from the municipal services that they are in the city so that they can engage in conversation and come up with the creative solutions and recommendations to bring to their city councilors so you can advocate for your areas here in this forum.
Well stated. Councilor Rodriguez, do you have any more questions?
So essentially, I'm hearing that that's a great news. I mean, I like that idea in terms of providing the services that the neighborhood associations might need. They also need funds, so make sure that you have a line item there to ensure that they can get some type of funds in terms of facilitate those meetings. So there is some things that CISO has been done in the past, and you guys gonna enforce that on the plan, which is basically working out in different parks and helping to maintain those. We have a program in the city of Lawrence that deal with that syringes picked up, and are you guys planning on collaborate with that specific programs that help out pick up the syringes and needles in the city of Lawrence?
I think that's a good point that you make. One of the things that we have uncovered, if you will, in working with the agencies, the nonprofits that you have in the city, we understand that there are certain nonprofits that receive public funds, whether they're state or federal, for those particular purposes. And we understand that the services haven't been rendered to the community. I think one of the things that happens through that coalition building is that when you bring people together or agencies that have a responsibility to deliver services to the community of Lawrence, you have to hold them accountable. We understand that, especially in our West Street area, in having conversations with the homeless coordinator, 5,000 syringes and needles were picked up in the West Street Park. That's uncalled for, that's unheard of, including the fact that you have individuals that just stab the needles onto the trees into the trailway. But yet the city of Lawrence, through its nonprofits, receive funding to make sure that those services are being done, that they're picked up, okay? And I think that part of the coalition, the responsibility is to hold everyone who's supposed to provide services to the city of Lawrence accountable for doing so, okay? You mentioned another part, Counselor, and I think that one of the important things that I think that has been a pressing issue in the city of Lawrence, and this is why it's taken us so much time in trying to put together these strategies, is the whole issue of homelessness here in the city. And I've heard the mayor address the community over the fact that we have to enforce the ordinances and the strategies for trying to break up homelessness. And our city does its fair share because many people come to this community because Lawrence has a plethora of opportunities for homelessness. In fact, many communities drop their homeless people on our outskirts to come in. And some of the issues that we've been addressing is we need to come together with the strategy, and we're putting together that coalition to seriously affect how that's happening. If you've noticed what's happened in the city of Boston at the Shattuck, when Mayor Wu took office, she cleaned out the entire Mass Ave area and Mass and Cass.
Although they're coming back.
But because it's a precedent issue. However, we as a community can do our share of doing so, but it's a stubborn problem that we have. And we have done the work, we've put together the coalition, and they're starting to meet, and we hope that we'll be able to come before the city council so that we can take them out of the central area where it's visible and put them on the outskirts and provide the services to our people that are homeless here. Now, just because you're homeless and you're a drug addict, that doesn't mean that you qualify to be there. You need to be able to go to rehabilitation, methadone clinics, and 30 and 60 and 90-day rehabilitation. But there are others that are legitimately homeless because of the price of rent or they lost their homes. Those are the individuals that you want to try to work and try to make an impact as to what's happening with them. So the coalition, in working with the homeless situation that you have in the city, puts together a united front so that everyone that are receiving dollars for those services can maximize those dollars with the strategic effort of how we go about it as a community versus having the faith-based organizations go around, bringing them to places, trying to house them in the basements, versus making sure that we have a central location where we can address that. We're not saying that we're going to make a huge apartment complex that's going to house 200 of them. But I think that if we start small in a pilot program, we learn our lessons, we revert back to what the mistakes that we make, and we grow it, and we can take care of the constituents that we have here in the city of Lawrence.
And strategy number 5, you guys talk about the neighborhood needs and assessment. Lately, one of the bigger issues that we have in the city of Lawrence is that it's a traffic issue. And with the traffic issue, we have the mobility issues.
With the traffic issues you have?
The mobility issues.
Correct.
With the different type of mobilities that we present, that we have in different part of the state, in Massachusetts, in other states similar to Massachusetts, it is important to recognize the need of having an alternative transportation system. With that, I'm referring most specifically to cycling. We have different organizations that has some type of research to the city of Lawrence, like mass mobility, to address issues regarding to affordable mobilities. Lately we have 20 bikes that were raffled out, electrical bikes, but the infrastructure in terms of those needs are not there. And the planning around the infrastructures around those needs are not even close to be discussed. But that is a significant issue that we've been facing in the city of Lawrence. There is any plan to include that type of issues within strategy number 5.
So before
based on the needs of the assessment, needs of the neighborhood needs.
So before the Mr. Carrero answered. I just want to be mindful of the time as we go through this. We have one more significant issue to deal with, and we're rapidly approaching 10 o'clock. We do deal with the city attorney. So please feel free to go ahead, and if we can just be more concise on both sides of that railing about the questions and the answers. Go ahead.
Very concise. Fortunately, I'm wise and smart enough to tell you, Councilor Rodriguez, that is not part of the initiative. Someone else can take ownership of transiency and the mobility and traffic. That is not part of the neighborhood safety initiative.
Problem. So my last part of that, of my chance to speak on this matter. So I want to make sure that the coalition have a seat available for councilors, and I want to make sure that you confirm that.
Oh, absolutely. All of you are part of that. And I hope that as the progress evolves, we'll be able to come periodically and give reports to the council. Council President, thank you for your time, and members of the City Council.
Thank you. Do you have one more city councilor who wishes to speak? Councilor Piano.
Thank you, Council President, and thank both of you for your presentation today. I think that this is a unique idea, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it develops. So my first comment is just to make sure that there's an understanding that with all three zones, there are 4 councilors representing each zone. You got 3 councilors at large, and you have 1 district councilor. I think it's important that not just the district councilors are involved, but the at-large councilors as well. I think that's key, because that'd be a really good way to ensure that this is a citywide project, that the project itself is tied to each other. There has been a conversation about decentralized local government zones. Can you just go a little bit more details into exactly what you mean by that?
Sure. So the conversation came up with the mayor's office in regards to making it easier for residents of the city to access city hall services without them all having to come to city hall to access it. And many of those services are online, and concerns around constituents or residents that may not have access to or know how to use the tools online. So the goal would...
I'm sorry to interrupt. City what services? You said
municipal services.
City municipal services,
sorry.
Okay.
And the goal would be for these decentralized zones to provide a location separate from City Hall for residents to access those services online, connect with the city through their online tools without having to come to City Hall, especially for those residents who don't have a computer or don't necessarily know how to access those. So the neighborhood liaisons would provide assistance to individuals in their neighborhoods with accessing those services.
So that is part of strategy 4?
Yes, sorry, I closed my iPad.
My next question, thank you. You know, there's been some discussions about asking for a financial commitment from businesses. Do we have an idea of what, like, the goal would be? Is it the goal that they cover 10% of cost, 30%, anything like that?
Numbers weren't discussed. The goal was that to encourage businesses to buy in. So I think in some cases the actual number is less relevant than the city's making a commitment and becoming part of it. If they're putting their money in, they're more likely to continue to engage and to work with the city. The mayor's office hadn't indicated that they were looking for specific financial commitments from businesses, just that they felt that asking businesses to contribute was a way of ensuring their buy-in, ensuring that they would continue to work with the city.
I would agree with all that. I think anytime that you ask, even if someone gives $1, they're more committed than if they gave 0.
Yep.
But I think that it is, I mean, you're in the development world. If you're entering a project where you're asking for funders, and I think it's important to start with a goal.
Yep.
So I think that in those, if no goal has been made, that's fine. But I think as you move forward, I think it would be key going in with an idea of, if you're meeting with businesses and you're saying that it's 10% of $1 million, then you're trying to raise 100,000,
Yep.
right? So if there's 20 in the room, that means can each of you give $5,000?
Yep.
So I think it'd be important to sort of know what that would be, because it also sort of helps counselors as well, as they figure out, as they look at the 1 million, one of the things that at least one of the things that I thought about is like, how are we paying for this?
Yep.
Especially if this is not just a one-time thing.
Yep. So if I could just interject for just 1 second to respond.
Yep.
I think part of the strategy here will be to look at the different businesses in those neighborhoods and develop a better understanding of what might, so saying to each business, we'd like you to contribute $5,000. Well, there's some businesses where $5,000 might be a drop in the bucket. There are other businesses where $5,000 could be a lot. So I think the goal would be to evaluate what the business community looks like in each of those neighborhoods. And when you go speak to those businesses, to have an understanding of what their ability might be, as opposed to just going in with a set ask.
Sure. I'm sure that there'll be some type of strategy on how you deal with each individual business, but I think that having that goal is key, and that will determine sort of the strategy. My next question is just to move on to strategy 9. Can the word homelessness has a lot of individuals that talk about homelessness, they have different definitions for it. I'm interested in hearing what your definition is and who you're targeting when you're speaking on the homeless.
So my definition would be that you're right. Homelessness covers a large swath of people and groups. I think when we talk about homeless youth at the CSU Center, we use the word housing and stable, because you're not talking about the chronic homeless who are sleeping on the streets or who are staying in temporary shelters on a regular basis. You're talking about young people who are bouncing between friends and neighbors and parents, or sleeping in cars. And then, of course, you have families who maybe bouncing from shelter to shelter, staying with friends, but they're intact families. Their mom, dad, a couple of kids, who have lost their house for one reason or another. They lost a job, they couldn't pay the rent, they're having trouble finding a new place. And then you have the chronically homeless who, due to, there are all kinds of issues, but mental health, substance abuse issues, find themselves on the street. There's a lot more resources needed to get them housed beyond just finding an affordable place and getting them set up with some resources. As Ralph had mentioned, there's mental health treatment, there's substance abuse treatment. So I think that you look at each of the different groups and you begin to identify what the needs are. I think when we talk about temporary housing, we're not necessarily talking about the chronically homeless, because you can put them in a house, but in work I've done, one, you find that a lot of them they've become comfortable on the street and that's where they want to stay, and you need different strategies. Versus a family or a young person or someone who is out of a house and is bouncing between places, or sleeping in their cars, or possibly staying in a shelter because they just, at this point in time, can't get the resources to get a place to live, but provided that opportunity, they could maintain that. So I think as you look at it, there are several strategies. I think the goal for this, in talking with the faith-based groups, the goals was one of their initial goals was to address the substance abuse and the mental health issues of the chronically homeless. But I think that you have to look at each different group.
So it sounds like when you talk about homelessness, you're talking about everybody that fits. You're
Yes.
talking about all the groups. It sounds
Yes.
like what you're saying.
Yes,
Okay.
and I think part of that is that data has shown that the longer someone finds themselves on the street or without stable housing, the more likely they are to fall into cycles of substance abuse and such.
So my next, and you kind of answered it. It sounds like that when you're talking about temporary housing, you might want to specify what who the target is.
Yep.
It doesn't sound like you guys have made those decisions yet.
There's been discussions and some disagreements, and one of the things with working with multiple partners and multiple constituent groups is that everyone kind of has their own goal. So I think that there are several different partners that have different ideas, but I think as we continue to hash it out, we would come to a more clear we would be able to more clearly identify what interventions for which part of, for which population of the homeless community.
My next question is around, you mentioned that there's a lot of mentioning about using the faith-based community, faith-based organizations. Do any of them currently do recovery type of work?
So it is my understanding from working with Amadal that Amadal is doing recovery work, that they have volunteer recovery coaches and case managers, and they are doing that work in both Methuen, Haverhill, and in Lawrence. And then, I'm sorry, the pastor that we've also been working with, whose name I cannot remember. Alamo. I'm sorry? Pastor Alamo is my understanding, is doing quite a bit of that work as well.
Okay.
Now, I can't say this for fact. I can just tell you what has been expressed to me by them, so.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, my question goes to the, one of the things that we've seen, there's a lot of organizations here in Lawrence that have been doing some of this work. Greater Lawrence Family Health Center is one of them. There's a lot of other smaller agencies that have been doing some of that work, and we just had a meeting with Homelessness Forum. I forget what the term was called. But within that, one of the things that I came out of it wasn't necessarily that we needed more partners, is that we needed direction, leadership, and coordination.
I think one of the goals of this would be to bring those partners together so that they're not kind of working in silos, but they're working on one unified strategy.
That sounds amazing. I don't see that within the strategy or within this entire piece, but I think it's like the most important. So not so much, I mean, I think adding extra dollars to this, great. I think it's more of, so far, we don't have a clear strategy on moving forward. And even if we did, we don't necessarily have the right pieces to coordinate this entire movement. My next question is, there's a question around coordinate weekly food boxes to elderly families. This is something that the Elder Services Age Span, it's now called, does Meals on Wheels.
So I can only, this was put in at the request of Amadal. Apparently they are doing this already, and they'd like to expand it. They asked to include that in there.
So is this 300,000 going to Amadal?
No.
You're referring to the strategy
Oh.
where it talks about faith-based organizations? No, that's to be spread out through the 60 or 80 church of councils, depending on what the coalition puts together based on that strategy.
So the 300,000 would be spread out through all the different churches.
The 300,000 would also be used to help identify and enact some of those interventions that may be done in partnership with the different. So that 300,000 is not specifically just to go to Amadal. It would be used to enact some of these strategies. The food boxes, I believe they had put a dollar amount of 50,000 on it. Ralph and I had gone back and forth with them on that amount. I didn't want to put a dollar amount on it because,
I understood. I think one of the things that I find it's a little troubling, if there's organizations that are already doing this type of work, I don't see why duplicating services or, I think, Elder Services is there, or Age Span is there. If I have a constituent, elderly individual that needs food, I would reach out to them and try to make sure that their services are being provided, that they have a case management manager, there. I think Elder Services is an organization that is able, I mean, it is a nonprofit, but they're able to, They're constantly, fundraising. So I hope you guys take that into account. My last, so this 300,000, is it coming from the city? Are we thinking about getting like state grants for this?
I believe Mr. Spanner from the mayor's office indicated that there will be funds used through the ARPA funds coming into the city. But obviously, if we can match those through public grant funding, we would do so also. I also want to just clarify, Councilor Payano, there are, within the faith-based organizations, there is a lot of work that's being done, volunteer services. The city has one homeless coordinator, I believe, that takes on the entire city. Those other volunteers that you have expenses to be able to work. They use their own dollars to transport in their vehicles homeless people to detox centers outside of the city of Lawrence. They also house them in the church basements. So one of the things that we want to make sure is that we're not using funds just for the sake of using funds, but using it wisely and strategically where the need is, where the dollars aren't. Obviously, if we have organizations that are receiving dollars, as I mentioned before, one of the important things is that we hold them accountable to make sure that they're using those dollars to expedite those for the services that needed to be done instead of us replicating them. So putting together a budget and working through a public partnership and having an oversight of presenting proposals of how they're going to be spent needs to be accounted for, right, and needs to be justified through evidence.
Yeah, and I hope that occurs. I think it's just more difficult to do it.
Absolutely.
If you're dealing with 15 organizations than if you're dealing with one. So it sounds like that's a whole lot more work on your end and also added expenses in order to be able to do that administrative work. So it sounds, Mr. Spanner, is the idea that we're getting this from ARPA or... the reason I ask this is if the homelessness that we're talking about is homelessness around individuals that were housed and then for whatever lost their job and now they're looking for temporary housing. I think that's one thing. Then you have other groups that perhaps need a certain level of skill sets in order to be able to maintain a, to pay rent, every month. And then you have your other individuals, which is what I think most people think about when they talk about homelessness, because it's what you see, is the folks that are on, in the street. It looks like this project is trying to incorporate all of them. My view is that a lot of these, I would not like to see Lawrence taking this up on their own. I think in particular that issue is a statewide issue, and I'd be hard-pressed for us to take a bulk of that work without any statewide partners.
Definitely, and that's the reason why this is a pilot project, okay? And obviously, homelessness is a challenging subject. Just like gang-related activities, there's many law enforcement agencies that do not have the expertise. And that's why when I mentioned on January 4th, we met with, we had a Zoom meeting with the judges, was precisely to identify different strategies and funding to address the issue. In this case was gang. But I just want to go back very briefly on the purpose. The goal of this initiative is to, bring about or cause and effect transformational development and to build resiliency. You cannot have, you can't have a community that only relies on the government for services. We have to empower our people to bring the solutions. And if you have an open communication with your constituents, they are going to tell you what the issues are and may bring solutions at the table that you otherwise, even if you may be an expert in the field, would not get the answers. One of them that we experienced not long ago was the needle program, how to pick up the needle. There were certain suggestions that as a staff member to the mayor, I was not happy about it, but at least it brought alternatives. We need to work with these agencies. They're not we need to capitalize on their expertise, but how would they know what's going on in their community if our residents are not making, and the city, in this case with this program, can reach out to them and let them know, listen, these are the needs that we need, and identify the different categories of complexities that we have within the community. To answer your question last concerning the funding, ARPA funding would be used for this program. We do, as I mentioned earlier, and I think Paul as well as Mr. Carrero mentioned, we want to have the businesses join because they can assume certain responsibilities on their own because they are located within those communities. And we cannot rely only on large corporations that continuously support us, but also the small businesses.
Motion to pass
Yeah.
10.
Second. Motion to go past 10 by the Vice President, seconded by Councilor Del Rosario. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. This is probably a good time to remind folks that we have one more very important item, and we're all getting a little more tired as the evening wears on. But we have a couple more voices that want to speak on this matter. Council Vice President?
Council President.
Did you have any more to add, Councilor Payano?
I do.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Spanner, so just thinking about the budget, is one of the things you guys are going to look at to see, so for example, one of the issues here is around park cleanup, right?
Yes.
So we're putting money in for these youth to clean up different parks. We also usually, right before the summer, give, approved money we've already approved. We have approved money for the mayor to hire young people to clean up parks. Does this mean that less of these young people are going to be hired? Is it going to be the same amount? And I talk like in that instance, but I'm sure there's other pieces where there are other people within the city already working on certain aspects of this, and I'm wondering how that's going to play. Is it that those jobs are changing, or?
No, that could be discussed, and as I mentioned, that's a very good example. If the city is already contributing or sponsoring, in this case, you to do a cleanup, there should be a fair share of responsibility of the business community to contribute a portion of that money as well. As we all know, we know the city of Lawrence, and you have certain businesses that they're currently not cleaning around their property. Those are one of the things that we could do, is work with them. If we have a group of young kids that also want to participate, we can leverage those resources that the city, we could say to the business community, hey, we're giving X amount of dollars, and we're trying for you to match the amount of dollars to make this happen. But without getting the involvement in the community, and that's what I'm trying to explain, what the mayor wants to achieve with this program, is to have the community, business community, the businesses, residents, nonprofit organizations to work. What the Prospera organization is doing is basically you need an entity that would serve as a focal point to gather all these other organizations to participate, and also not only participate, but they also have resources that they can bring at the table and say, okay, if it's counseling, then we'll provide counseling. If it's lectures, that would be, let's say, for parents, parenting program that they can participate. I hope
No, so I think my question, and that's fine, my question was gearing a little bit differently. So I'll just say it just as a statement, because I'm hearing groans, but I think that this is an important issue. We're dealing with safety Violence is an ongoing issue that's been going on for years. You guys are presenting a plan to do a grassroots initiative to try to address that. So I think this is the time for us to talk about it. So I appreciate your time here, both of you as well. One of the things that I hope that the administration takes a look at is we've already allocated money to address some of these things because the city has been addressing it for a while. I hope that you guys take a look at that and see how you can incorporate those monies into this current work so that way we're not necessarily having to add more funds. So perhaps this $1 million request becomes lower. Maybe it's only $100,000 lower,
sure.
but it might become lower. So I hope you take that.
Absolutely, Councilor.
I give back my time to.
Yeah, absolutely, Councilor, and I just want to add to make sure that if the other programs have been in existence, we have to make sure that if these programs are effective. One thing is depending on the city, on taxpayers' dollars, the other issue would be to make sure that they're monitored, and what is the outcome? What is the outcome in giving out? For you to have youth, as an example, going out and cleaning the city every year and without holding our residents and businesses accountable, then we're not using our funds wisely. And I agree with you, and that would be brought to the mayor's attention, and also in our discussions we have initiated, but we're gonna, as I mentioned before, this is a pilot project, and you as well, as representatives of your constituents, are welcome to give us the idea just like you did.
Council Vice President.
Thank you, Councilor President. I'm not gonna stay long, but first of all, I want to thank the mayor and both of you for taking the time to come in front of us. My wish was just to table this item only because this is so good to be true, just to beginning with. But I also want to open or continue a communication with both of you. I know that Councilor Selena Reyes wants to be part of that. She sent me her time just to say that we want to meet with you. Some of my question has been already answered by Mr. Carrero when he said that he's planning to expand to the program to those neighborhoods that has not been targeted. So I want you to point this out and to keep this in mind that this is what I want to see, just to prevent, to project in another neighborhood that we don't have to be dealing with the one that you already targeted. So I'm going to be in communication with both of you. Councilor Reyes, you say that you want to be part of this. So any day, any time, because I do have a lot of questions. So when is going to be the best time just to kind of revisit what already has been said here?
So,
He ain't working.
I am working. I have been working from home because I cannot drive at the moment.
He's got crutches. He's out on FMLA.
No, I think that we can make ourselves available. I'm not out on FMLA. We can make ourselves available. I work to get into the city when I need to be. My wife is able to drive me. So I think if you guys provide us with some times, we can make ourselves available.
Absolutely.
So what we are going to do, Councilor Selena, is that we're going to coordinate what works for you, and then we're going to work from that. Because I don't think it's fair just to kind of delay you or bring you back to probably answer the same question that you already did, but I have a specific question that has not been asked.
We'd be more than happy to arrange in our offices, based on your schedules, you have access to me.
Okay.
And we'll be happy to host you.
I can pick you up for your drive.
Thank you. I make Ralph drive down to Reading to get me.
Thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President. Councilor Del Rosario.
Thank you, Council President. I'm sorry that I'm going to put soap on you, on the soup, like Dominican said. But I love the program, and I know I'm going to be involved due to the fact that my district, it's one of them, and I live in the heart of the Arlington neighborhood. That's where I live. But I'm concerned on partnerships, right? A few weeks ago, we had an issue here, and we were trying to deal with Family Health Center due to the fact of the needle exchange programs. And I'm hearing that you guys have partnership with them, meaning that they're going to continue to distribute needles. Fine, okay. Also, we were trying to get here into our chamber the methadone clinic, which we think that those two programs are actually hurting our city pretty much. And that's part of one of the main reasons of why all those homeless out there, the one that addicts, if I refer to them. But now I'm afraid that you guys are incorporated and you got to work with them. And something that we've been working with, trying to see if we can maybe get them out, because right now what they do is they provide a service that actually don't help either our homeless or addict, because they providing things for them to get high. But you guys are going to work with them. I'm wondering in which way and how it's going to, I mean, again, I love the whole concept of the program, but that's kind of worries me that it's a work that I actually started it. And by bringing this program and you guys working in partnership with them, I'm going to have to probably stop and let you trying to work with them and let them distribute what they distribute, which is hurting our people out there.
Yeah, Councilor, I would like to respond to that. The Greater Lawrence Family Health Center is our partner in the city. Like any organization and the city not excluded, we do have our deficiencies. The fact that we have a community partner and people that we may not think alike or we have differences in terms of service doesn't mean that we cannot be wise in terms of working with them. And also, we will be working and evaluating this program together with Prospera in what works and what doesn't work and what services that, you know, are controversial or what is basically that we can set parameters in terms of the type of services that we work. Obviously, as I'm well aware, and the mayor is well aware, during I think it was during the committee as a whole, that you voiced your concern, and those are the issues that we're going to tackle individually. But rest assured that we would have the respect of the council in determining the type of service. But Greater Lawrence Family Health Center is going to be a participant because they're doing good work with us in other areas within the community.
If I could quickly also just add another comment. As Ralph mentioned, part of our goal here is to hold our community partners accountable for what they're already doing or what they're supposed to be doing. Organizations like Greater Lawrence Family Health Center receive state and federal funds to provide a lot of those services already in the city. For example, the needles, with the caveat that they also do things like the needle cleanup. Our goal, we can't necessarily stop them from getting these state and federal funds, but if they're not following up with doing the cleanup, that's an area where we need to be holding them accountable. And that's part of the goal of the partnership, would be to hold them accountable and to ensure that if they're putting needles on the street, they're also cleaning them up.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the main issues. They've been providing needles for years and they haven't been picked up.
Right.
I mean, one of you just mentioned that on West Street, which is part of my district, they picked up 5,000 needles.
Correct.
So, and they're not cleaning it up. They've been here saying that they will. They're still not cleaning it up, and they're still giving needles out. Most of the funding, or part of the funding that you're going to put into this program, is to have those young kids to try to keep cleaning up the parks and keep the parks clean. Yeah. But if they keep distributing needles and you guys are partnership, again, I got great respect for Family Health Center and all they do. They do a great job besides this thing. But again, you're going to invest our money or the money that's coming in to try to clean up the parks, but in the meantime, you're going to tell them how to give out needles. So you're going to, it's a revolving door that you're going to keep going back and forth. I mean, again, I want somebody to actually sit down and say, how good is this program for the city? You know, how good is this program for our city? How beneficial is? Not just the money amount, because it's a big health issue. But we got to forget about how much money that they bring in and how we're going to use it. For once, we need to think of it's a worth it to get a piece of the cake that they get in for putting our people out to risk.
We're playing the cards that we were dealt with. One of the cards that we were dealt with is Family Health Services. As Mr. Espenda said, We might not like the philosophy of why, and that's a whole other topic, but they got to be at the table. We got to hold them accountable. That doesn't mean that we give them a dime from the initiative, but we hold them accountable because it is unacceptable for them to say, when we ask the question, why haven't the needles been picked up around the city? And the excuse has been that's because we can't find anybody to employ them. And we said, we will get you the employees. And we hold them accountable to do their work. In the meantime, your role as a legislative body is to work with state government or whoever and advocate against those type of programs if we don't want them in the city. I respect that and I understand that. But I have to tell you that there has to be a balance. And in this particular conversation is about holding them accountable. I can agree with you, especially with the methadone clinic. But if we're going to work and have a tiered system for identifying homelessness and working with the folks that are in the street, we can't provide shelter on a 3-month or 6 months basis to then work with them and all of the rest of the agencies to provide stable housing if they have a drug addiction. But one of the methods of getting them through drug addiction once they get out of rehab is that methadone clinic. I don't accept the fact that people that don't live in the city of Lawrence should come to the city of Lawrence to use the methadone clinic. So I think that the accountability piece in working with those areas that are controversial, and I can respect your comments and your view, Councilor, but I think that we have to hold them accountable to make sure they're doing the job that they're supposed to do until the time comes that we can make a legitimate argument to the governmental bodies that in our community, it's saturated with those type of programs. So I hear what you're saying, but as Mr. Espenda said, I think that we have to create a balance, and in this particular case, it's holding people accountable and not providing more dollars where they're already receiving dollars.
Thank you very much. We do have one more major item. I do appreciate everyone speaking. I've got one question that could be answered in 2 sentences. My question: what if I were to look something up nationally that this is modeling? What is the name of the program and where is it located?
The city of Baltimore. Yes, Baltimore. It's Neighborhood Safety Initiative. Yes. Remember when we initially said that the city is not reinventing the wheel? We're using pragmatic approaches.
Thank you, sir, and thank you very much. I'm now looking for a motion.
Motion to accept the presentation?
Motion to accept the presentation, seconded by Councilor Infante. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you, members of the council. Appreciate your time.
We have one more item this evening. The item is document number 35022, City Attorney Contract Negotiations with Charles Body. I am looking for a motion for us to begin the discussion, hopefully through a very short time, in executive session for the purposes of this, of us having an idea of where our strategy is from the very beginning. So I'm looking for a motion to go into executive session to discuss our parameters and our strategy as we engage with the city attorney. Is there a motion?
Second.
Motion by Councilor Del Rosario, seconded by Councilor Selena Reyes. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We will now go into executive session. We're going to have it in. Motion to come out of recess has been made by Councilor Rodriguez, seconded by Councilor Del Rosario. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're not there yet, councilors, we're so close to adjourning. Motion to go past 11 has been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Piano. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have, motion to table document number 35022 has been made by Councilor Rodriguez, seconded by the Vice President. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. New business. And then we're gonna get through this, and then we're gonna committee assignments, and we're gone. Handicap 35322, handicap parking, 23 Springfield Street. That is going to the ordinance committee. 35422, stop sign is Newberry Street, corner of Brook Street, put on by Councilor Selena Reyes. That is going to the ordinance committee. 35522, stop sign Alder and Hampshire Streets, going to the ordinance committee. 35622, reappointment of Stephen J. Kafori to the Lawrence Housing Authority. Term expires on July 19, 2027. That is going to the Personnel Committee. 35722, stop sign Berkeley Street, corner of Knox Street, put on by Councilor Selena Reyes. That is going to the Ordinance Committee. 35822, FY23, property tax classification, public hearing. That is going to the Budget Committee. 35922, handicap parking, 265 Prospect Street. That is going to the Ordinance Committee. 36022, acceptance of grant from Mass Mobility to construct an electronic bicycle charging station at Lawrence City Hall. That's going to the Budget Committee. Thank you. 36122, one-way Charter School Railroad Street from Haverhill Street to May Street, school bus only during school hours, 2 hours morning, 2 hours afternoon, put on by Councilor Del Rosario. That is going to the Ordinance Committee. Before I ask for committee assignments, not committee assignments, for committee meetings, I just want to remind you all, thank you so much for the Louise Mulligan vote that we all took several months ago. Her dedication ceremony is later on today, or soon to be today. It's going to be on Wednesday the 19th at 4 o'clock. There's going to be a white fund discussion later. There's going to be food for all of us at the library at 5:30 by El Talier, and a fantastic lecture about Vietnam stuff at 6:30. So those, if you have any questions, let me know. But 4 o'clock is the dedication at Farnham and South Union. Let's start off with, and one more thing. I've been asked to make sure we all got stuff on trash. The mayor sent a press release on trash. It's in your email, FYI. Now, Ordinance Committee, go. Next Tuesday's ordinance. Personnel? Budget and Finance on Wednesday, Personnel.
Thursday, I can make it on.
Okay. So Thursday, 7 p.m. work for Budget and Finance. Okay. For Personnel, what days can you guys do? Personnel, can we do Thursday at 6? No? So what day, when you guys good? Okay. Can you guys offer a date?
I mean, when's the second meeting?
So that's us four. So I can't do Tuesday, but if you guys set up Tuesday, I won't be able to do that, but that's fine. So, Tuesday, so you're not gonna be able to be there either? Okay, so Tuesday at 6 p.m. Okay. So we got both, the budget, we just figure out budget, so budget Thursday, 7 p.m. Okay. So we got that. What am I missing? Housing? Nothing?
Housing is nothing, and safety is nothing.
Public safety is nothing. Okay, I think that's it. Motion made by the Vice President, seconded by Councilor Del Rosario. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.